That's the goal, brother. I've only had that moment probably like once. Give a lot of anxiety. Well, that probably doesn't help.
How can I help you?
The Ruthard sent me.
What's that to do with me? Those days when Ruthard was the Lord of Malashoff are over.
Well, if that's
I
what you
don't
want
want
to
to
do, I
have
think you
anything
should
more to
just
do with
start
him,
doing
so you
Fen.
can be on your way.
He sends you his regards. Mind you that he's still paying for masses for your family, as the two of you agreed.
Sakura. Nobody knows about that but him.
That's why he told me. So you'd be sure I really did come from them, and this isn't a trick.
Well, that changes things. Sorry for being a bit hostile-like. The times are tough. A man can't be sure of anything. Good to hear that Sir Quinlan still has a few friends left. Give him my greetings, and thank him for still honoring our agreement.
Sure. I'll pass that on to him.
So, tell me, what did the Ruthard send you for?
I'm planning a certain enterprise. Something that the new lord of the castle certainly won't be happy about.
An enterprise, you say? I reckon it's best not to ask what that might be, eh?
That would be wise. And I need you to get fresh, fast horses ready for me.
That's quite a lot you're asking of me. A fresh, fast horse don't come cheap. But fine, since you're from Sir Quinlan, I'll have it ready for you. Somewhere a bit further from here so I don't get in the shit if things go sideways.
Of course. The last thing I want is to endanger you unnecessarily. And the Ruthards promise to pay for the horse if it comes to any harm.
All right. So look, here next to the stud farm, there's a kind of band of rocks below the forest. When you go alongside the rocks to the end, you'll find a wooded copse not far from the castle. There's a well-trodden patch of ground there, so that's where I'll have that horse ready for you. Hopefully, nothing will happen to him if I just leave him there. Recently, there's been wolves and wild dogs sniffing around here, so we have to watch out for the animals.
Thanks. I'm obliged to you.
You ought to be. I wish you the best of luck. I reckon you'll need it.
I need to get my horse.
As you wish, but it will take...
I changed my... This must be the chapel Rosa was talking about. I'm supposed to look through its arch for some old ruins. Well, let's see. The chapel directed me here. There's no doubt about that. So somewhere around here, I have to find a stone cross, and then go in the direction the top is pointing. A cross in stone. This could be the place Rosa mentioned. I'll grab the spade and see if I'm in the right place. Tough job, but it was worth it. The way to Malashov is clear. Fuck, that's deep. I wouldn't want to fall down there. What do we have here? A ladder? In an escape, it'd be enough to pull it up, and that'd leave any pursuers stuck. I just hope it can hold one attacker. Damn it, that's cold. What's this door doing here? Could it be another of the Ruthard's tricks? But if this beam is dropped onto the... Please, no one would break through in a hurry. I reckon with this, any defenders could hold off their pursuers for quite some time. This will come in handy on the way back. This looks like it could be the wall of the Malashov cellars. There's no going back. This is it. All right then. Courage, Henry. Courage. You can do this. This is going to take a while.
Ruthard and Liechtenstein are turning the Kuttenberg houses against us. Bavag will deal with Ruthard. But Liechtenstein is your concern. How come you haven't caught him yet? He's slippery as an eel. He's hiding somewhere in the Jewish quarter. I sent spies to track him down, but they never came back. Flush him out of that hole of his. For fuck's sake!
Why such concern, Otto? Kuttenberg is ours. Sigismund has the reins firmly in his hands.
He's got fuck all in his hands. Sigismund thought at first he'd come to terms with his brother Wenceslas, clear the way for him to the imperial throne, and take the Bohemian throne for himself. But Wenceslas couldn't even get off his drunken ass and go to Rome for the coronation. And now, the glorious Hungarian king has fallen for Jobst and his damned truce. He's been taken in by that treacherous turncoat.
Jobst betrayed Wenceslas. Then Sigismund. And now us. He fooled all of us. But what can he really do against us?
I'll tell you what. While pretending to parley, he incensed the Hungarian nobles against Sigismund.
Surely Sigismund's army can deal with that inconvenience.
Ha! He was paying his Cumans by letting them pillage Bohemia. He set half the people against him in the country he wants to rule. And now, there is nothing left to plunder. While we are shuffling our feet here, Jobst is surely mustering an army.
What are we going to do?
We've got Cabon. That'll keep Hanush and the Lipa people at bay. If they ever want to see their heir alive.
Jobst has Liechtenstein mustering other allies for him. We get him in our grasp, and Jobst will be like a fish out of water in Bohemia.
I'll drag him out of that Jewish den with my own two hands. Count on me, sir.
The betrayers of Christ, hiding a betrayer. They are rich. All that's needed is a good pretext.
The Kuttenbergers will be quite happy if their debts to those usurers happen to go up in smoke.
Yeah.
You're learning fast, young man.
Keep the gate open. A horseman, sir!
Hanush is out of the game. The Kuttenbergers are taken care of, and we'll catch Liechtenstein. You'll see, my friend. Good times are coming.
Your Graces, King Sigismund is convening the town council, but first he requests your presence at the Sedlitz monastery, without delay.
What's all the urgency about?
Surely you must know that yourself, sir. The captives fled Trotsky Castle and killed Istvan Toth while escaping.
What? That's not possible. That's a lie.
It is true, Lord Toth is dead.
Who? Speak!
The messenger said something about Cobbler's bastard and some outlaws.
I swear, by everything that is holy, I will find that whoreson, and I will rip out his heart!
Jesus. What's with that boy?
Sir Istvan was like a father to him. We better go. Bring the horses!
Shame about that dog.
Luck was on my side. Now to find Capon and get out of here.
A small escort with him, so the garrison is slightly weakened now. Be extra alert on your watch. If I find anybody slacking off, they'll get the whip.
You got it, Conrad.
Diepold, I'll send Hyman to the gate. You'll be in charge of the southern and eastern fortifications.
All right, Conrad. I'll get right on it.
Franz, run along back to the guardhouse and get some sleep. You don't fall asleep during the night.
Oh, well.
That's still alright. It'd be worse if you already had 3 ones.
Where could he be?
Watch here.
I think you're just holing up here. I'll ask him first thing tomorrow and see what he feel a little sorry for her, with nobody taking her seriously around here. She's some third-rate daughter of some lord from who knows where, so she was actually quite lucky that old Otto took a liking to her. The thing is, everybody knows where she comes from and treats her accordingly.
Bloody hell! Old Otto? He'd have you whipped for that.
You're right. I better keep our lord out. Shit!
What is happening? Who are you?
Quiet! If you make a peep, we're done for.
Henry?
Good God, Henry.
What are you doing here?
What do you think I'm doing? Hunting boar? Came to save your noble arse.
My noble arse thanks you. Oh, how did you get here?
I'll tell you later. Who's this?
Vauquelin Brabant, Chevalier d'Aretzo, at your service.
Brabant led the defense at Kuttenberg. He's Sigismund's prisoner, same as me.
And I came very close to holding the town. Besides...
There's no time for chit-chat. He's our ally. We can't leave him behind. Right, no doubt you've got a cunning plan for us to get out of here, right? Well, let's hear it.
Of course I have a plan. Listen, I got to the fortress through a secret passageway that old Ruthard told me about. Von Bergov knows nothing about it.
C'est magnifique. Very cunning.
And so far, the garrison has no idea I'm here. We're lucky von Bergov left the fortress along with von Aulitz and some of the garrison. So I'll take you to that passageway, and we'll get out of here. We'll get to the forest not far from here. I have some horses ready there. We'll be gone before you can say the Lord's Prayer.
Formidable. I call that an elegant plan. I myself had to sneak like that once during the siege of Arezzo. So, what are we waiting for? On y va?
Wait. A passageway, you say? A dark, narrow passageway?
Well, it's just a passageway. There's a bit of water in it to wade through, but nothing we can't handle.
You can forget about it. I'm not going through any passageway.
What?
Let me repeat. It's not...
It is not chivalrous, c'est vrai.
It's not chivalrous enough for his lordship, eh? Are you kidding me? I'm saving your life if you didn't notice. Or do you think this is some kind of fucking game?
Well, in my opinion...
Fuck your opinions. No. Just no. I mean, we'll all suffocate in that passageway. Or it'll fall on our heads.
What's gonna fall on us, damn it? If I got in that way, we can get out, too. It's completely safe. So stop acting like a madman and let's go.
I'm afraid of small, dark spaces. Ever since that tower fell on me in Nabokov, and I was stuck under the ruins, there has to be...
What other way? Any other way and they'll be after us. That passageway is the only chance. Get a hold of yourself. You can do this. The bold Lord of Perkstein can't be put off by some... hole in the ground.
I'd like to, but it's impossible.
Come on, Hans.
No, I can't handle it.
Enough of this shit. I came for you, and now I'm making the decisions. We go through the passageway.
And I'm telling you, I am not going. I am still your master. So when I tell you that we're not going, we'll get out of here some other way.
Are you listening to yourself?
Laissez tomber. Monsieur Chapon told me it makes him feel not good. After all you went through, we cannot go this way, and we do not have time. Did you not say that Van...
Yes.
And what about horses?
I think there's a couple, yeah.
Très bien. That will be enough, but I think we could get there stealthily. Then you simply open the gate, et voila, we are gone. It may not be the best plan. It was not back then either. But we simply...
That's a wonderful plan, but...
Exactement. To have a proper piece of steel in my hand again. Preferably Milanese, although... Oh.
Damn it, Henry. Stop. Thanks, Henry.
A nice piece. Merci mille fois. Now, I'll...
Good work, Henry.
I'll go ahead and scout it out. When there's a suitable...
And how will...
Well, the stables can be seen from the entrance hall. If you signal...
Agreed.
But you must be absolutely certain that the way is clear.
True. And if we don't hear from you or see your signal for a long time, we'll try to make it on our own.
Précisément.
Right.
Brabant, keep watch by the stairway. I'll go to the window and wait for Henry's signal.
I think it would be better if you watch the stairs.
Why's that?
You are younger. You have better hearing.
You said you once discovered a dozen English spies. So you can surely handle one stairway.
I'll get you.
You lived like
Let's
a wretch,
go, let's do
and now
this.
you'll die like one. Brabant, keep watch by the stairway. I'll go...
Of course I have a I got to the... So, we're lucky, so we'll get to...
So,
Wait,
Well,
you can. I'm not go.
What?
it is not.
It's not chivalrous, or do you think this is some...
Well,
Fuck your. I mean, we'll all suffocate.
What's going...
I. Ever since there
Have you come up with some ingenious plan?
What do I know?
un moment. Henri?
Yes?
And what about horses?
I think there's a couple...
Très bien, but I think then it may not time.
That's a
But
Thanks, Henry.
a nice Miss.
Good work.
I'll go ahead.
And
The state.
Agree.
But true.
Right.
Brabant. Keep watch. By the stairway. I'll go to the window. Wait for Henry's signal.
I think it would be better if you watch the stairs.
Why's that?
You are younger. You have better hearing.
You said you once discovered a dozen English spies. So you could surely...
The horses are here. As soon as it's safe, I should give Capon the signal. Well, that's that. Now I just need to wait for Capon. Lord Jesus Christ, stand by our side.
admit, mes amis, the last time I had such a suspense was when I was rescuing the King of France.
We, monsieur, were surely brave. And fortune favors the brave. Free at last!
Thank you for coming for me, Henry. You're a great friend. The best I could wish for.
you may also count me among your friends. I, Vauquelin Brabant, chevalier, aventurier et voyageur. I'm at your service, mon brave Henri. And I have an excellent idea. In your honor, I shall name my new horse after you.
Pleased to meet you, Sir Vacula.
My name is Vauquelin.
Vocula?
Vauquelin. Vauquelin.
Vocla... would you mind if I just call you Brabber?
Brabant. En.
Brabant?
Que peut-on y faire? It will have to do. Do not concern yourself, mon ami. Clearly, you are not talented in any art of conversation. But at least you have courage and other skills. You carried out the entire operation truly brilliantly. I could not have done it much better myself. And look, mon ami, how the fresh air suits Monsieur Chapon. He has finally stopped dropping in self-pity.
What self-pity, damn it? I was locked up for days in a tiny stinking room.
Ah, come now, mon cher. Luck was simply not on your side for once. That is all. Now we are finally free. The time has come for grand deeds. I did not waste my time in captivity. I fought everything over diligently. Listen.
Please, I'd prefer not to.
What's your plan, Sir Baron?
An heroic deed about which odes shall one day be composed, similar to my feat in the famous Battle of Arezzo.
But what would you do now?
What if we were to journey to Vienne? We could assemble a company and liberate Le Roi Wenceslas.
That would be excellent. If the king were to return, the nobility would definitely support him. Sigismund would have to withdraw.
Précisément. And what is more, our names would be sung throughout the kingdom. Undoubtedly, we would also earn a rich reward too. Then I would invite the best stonemason from France and build Monsieur Chapeau a castle that even Chevalier Hanush would envy.
You must be mad. You've been free less than a day, and you're already thinking up ways to get yourself killed. I'd rather endure Hanush's preaching about my incompetence than listen to this chatter. We'll see what happens next. But the first thing that I need is to get good and drunk. We should spur the horses on. God knows, they might be hot on our heels. Yeah! Christ, wounds. Such destruction and havoc.
War. Monsieur Chapon, you have yet to participate in a real battle. But I fought against les Valaques at Naples, and les Anglais in Bourgogne. And that is how war looks, whether in Italy or La Bohème. It is always the same.
That's not war, it's barbarism. What value did this village have?
Eh bien, I would estimate 5 courtyards. Annual revenues could be perhaps, several hundred groschen.
That's not what I meant, Bacalin. No fortress. Maybe one fortified courtyard. Practically insignificant militarily. That's not how war should be fought. This is unjust.
Do not give way to sentimentality, monsieur. A village could harbor spies and saboteurs or supply the enemy, and destroying enemy assets is an effective tool of war. Wars are not decided only in battles. There are not even many of those. To strike in the rear, make the enemy lose and bleed. That is how most conflicts are fought. However, wait a year or two, the village will be settled. The population will increase again. That is how it always happens.
But we're the nobility. Our task is to lessen the chances of such things happening.
You're right, Hans. We must find allies and put a stop to it as soon as possible, so we can save as much as we can.
Yes, but we failed in Trotsky. And now this is our punishment.
I see that short captivity has turned you into a philosopher, Lord Capon. You should apply to the Faculty of Arts before the muse lifts you again.
Yeah!
fucked everything up.
Oh, get up, lad. Everyone makes mistakes. Only a better man owns up to them. At least we know now what kind of vermin we're dealing with.
What brings you here? We just escaped from Malashov, and right now
There's no time for haste. One thing at a time, my boy. Word reached Rat-Eye that you pair got yourselves into a nice mess. I'm glad to see you both in one piece. So, let's hear it. What happened?
It's best if Henry tells you. I wasn't around for half of it.
no sooner had we spied Trotsky on the horizon than everything started to go to hell. We made camp by a pond with the intention of heading for the castle at first light, only we were ambushed by bandits in the evening. They killed all our men and took everything they could carry, including the letter for von Berghoff.
And how did you two manage to get out alive?
Just by a stroke of good luck. We were both in a bad way. We might not have made it if a local herb woman hadn't taken care of us.
Only after that, we couldn't get into the castle, though. We looked like a pair of beggars.
And the bastards treated us as such.
But you did get into Trotsky in the end, didn't you?
Von Berghoff received us and heard us out. It seemed like he was on our side. We even helped him out several times. Until we found out he was just stringing us along. It all came out after we set out with von Berghoff's men to deal with the bandits who were rampaging in his domain. The same ones who attacked us at the start.
Only they ambushed us and took me and Henry captive for ransom.
But it turned out these very outlaws are on our side. They're fighting for King Wenceslas on the orders of Sokol of Lamberg.
Well, I'll be damned.
So von Berghoff has been the real enemy all this time. And Zhishka is actually our ally.
Zhishka. He's the captain of those outlaws. That name doesn't ring a bell.
I think you'll meet him soon enough.
What impression did he make on you?
He's some impoverished yeoman. But he's handy in a battle, and he helped us when we needed it.
He made quite an impression on me, for one. I'll be happy to see him again. But if only it didn't have to be in Raborsh. Why Raborsh? Of all the places in the world.
We're riding to a gathering of King Wenceslas's supporters. If fortune favors us, the future fate of the kingdom will be decided there.
If we keep standing around here gabbing about it, it'll be decided without us.
Patience, my friend. This pair have just returned from the clutches of the enemy. No doubt they have something to tell us.
Like how in the devil did you manage to escape?
I was helped by the Ruthard family, the former rulers of Malashov, in exchange for dealing with some trouble they had with Ulrich of Raditz.
Ulrich Vavak? But he's the mint master.
Well, he won't be for long, if it comes to light that he's been putting his sticky fingers on the royal silver.
It seems you've been pretty busy.
But don't forget to say what you found out from von Berghoff in Malashov.
Sigismund has convened the city council. Markvart von Aulitz will be there with him, too. The word is, Sigismund is going to make an important announcement there.
He picked a nice time for it. But at least he won't be sticking his nose into what's going on around.
Now, if we had one of our people at that assembly, we'd get Sigismund's plans nice and fresh. Straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
My very words. And I know exactly who to send. Young Lord Capon will go with us to Raborsh, but you'll have to return to the city right away, and try to worm your way into the town hall.
What? How can I get in there? I can't just walk in off the street.
You've got the dirt on Vavak, and you don't know how to use it. Just tell him either he gets you into the council chamber, or you get him on the gallows.
It's worth a try, right?
I hope that assembly really is important. If Sigismund is just going to announce an increase in taxes, there's not much point in my being there.
Well, at least you can enjoy watching the long faces of the councillors when they hear it. And don't worry, I'll eat and drink in Rabosh on your behalf.
If I come back and find you there under lock and key again, I'll leave you to rot.
Take I will go as well, and I will not let your friend out of my sight.
Hans? Who's this?
Vaclin Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo, at your service.
He was a captive of Lord von Bergov's, like me. He defended Kuddenberg against Sigismund.
In that case, he'll be a welcome guest at Rabosh.
You don't know what you're promising, Baron. Watching Sir Hans is a job and a half.
The main thing is to watch out for yourself, Henry. As soon as you can do so without raising suspicion, come and join us.
He'll manage it, but now we really need to hit the road.
Safe travel, Henry.
Adieu et bonne chance.
And to you. Hopefully we'll meet soon. I ought to go and see Rosa when I'm in town. No doubt she'd like to know how it went with that book. Nice and slow. Whoa!
Come to the Kingfisher, the new bathhouse, like nothing you've ever experienced. We have services for every customer. Do you want to be bathed in rose oil or shaved by a barber? Anything you wish for, and much, much more. Come and enjoy the grand opening party. What?
Was willst du?
I'll have a look at the... I'd like to do something...
Ei, du wirst sicher zu... I'm sorry.
Encouraging people to sin like that. Have you no fear of God?
You got a problem?
Quite right. Openly. What are you trying? It's perfect.
Is it for...
Oh, don't pretend you don't. And this is... Have you lost your mind?
Get lost.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that you'll be the...
I'll be...
And take your pick.
Mane. And what a pretty colour.
Easy. Easy. Nice and slow.
So, two other brothers are quarreling in Kuttenberg. Brothers in Christ.
Oh, no. By the way,
My favourite book.
as I wandered through the fortress, and there it lay.
You really found it. By the way, did you have any time to leaf through?
Actually not.
That's too bad.
Why do you think so?
I just think you might find some common ground. Not in absolutely everything, of course. That's just my... Look, you've never thought about writing...
Me?
How should I know?
That's a tempting notion.
Wouldn't you want to at least give it a try?
I suppose I'm not quite sure where...
There are still a few blank pages left, so...
That sounds great.
We'll have plenty of light and privacy in my chambers. Will you escort me?
My pleasure.
How should I start?
You haven't thought of anything yet?
Now, I have many ideas, but we must contribute in equal parts.
Both? Well, fine. What should I do?
Just tell me what you'd like to read about. A tale of a man or a woman? I'll take careful notes of everything.
There are heaps of stories about men, so I propose one about a woman.
All right, a woman then. But I'd need to know more about her.
Such as...
Tell me one trait that is important for you. What would impress you in a girl?
I think above all that she should be clever.
And isn't that rather detrimental for a girl?
Only if she's too clever and thinks she knows everything.
So you're another man who thinks a woman's tongue is a
Why do you make everything about yourself?
Very well. Forgive me. But it wouldn't hurt to choose your words a bit more carefully. But if the lady in our story is clever, should...
I'm for good intentions.
I agree. Too bad it's only on paper.
Well?
Not yet.
What?
A picture. Especially if you'll be my model.
What?
Imagine a beautiful lady is standing before you and you are courting her. What would you do?
I'd rather keep what I do to myself.
Well, your suffering is over. So what about that story of ours?
Too bad there aren't more books like this. If there were, I might end up turning into a scholar.
Really? And what about the sketch?
Oh, it's pretty, really. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
I know I'm no mark, but otherwise, I think we can be quite satisfied.
Well. And for that matter, you're an interesting girl, and I'd like to get to know you a little better.
No beating around the bush. How about that? Please do stop by sometime. I wager it will be enlightening for both of us. Perhaps I can show you my collection of hunting trophies.
You said you could teach me something.
If you ask nicely, I'll share some of my...
Very well then, Lady Know-It-All. Let's say then I come on bended knee. What scholarship can you pass on to me?
That depends on what you're interested in. There's a whole world hidden inside of books I could talk to you about for days on end. Or if you prefer actions instead of words. But I warn you in advance that it will not come free. So...
I'd like you to show... You shoot like a...
I prefer the term...
Will you teach me?
Listen closely, so I don't have to repeat myself.
Greetings.
Slowly. Nice and slow.
My, what?
Hallo!
Wo ist der
Schenkwert! Ich habe Hunger!
They could always be better. Have a good day.
What would you like? What do you have?
Word about the... Well...
I hope you'll be satisfied, my friend. What? You wasting my time if you don't want anything then, eh?
Worried about the huh.
Aye. Pleasure doing business. Take care. Great. Happy to be of service. Take care. Here, sir.
Nice
If
one.
they find out that the king and his entire army have moved in, definitely. Good soldiers would happily pay to see their trip. You remember that girl who took the rope down mall in the cabin and you watched her crossing? Christ, pardon me.
Huh? You can't just stroll around. I'll be
What's
with
going on?
You've no business here.
All right, what was that?
What do you need, my friend?
I'll have a look at the wares.
I'm glad you... Found what you were looking for, sir.
Show me your...
Nothing to your liking, sir.
Oh, where's the fine? Yellow and red. Best on the market. Take a look.
I hope not.
What can I do for...
Show me your...
You.
I was glad... to be of help to you, good sir. New wares.
At your service.
That's a good one.
Help me! Somebody help! White, yellow, and red. The best on the market.
Don't hit him!
I'll be done with you in a flash.
Ha! He doesn't know which way is up.
Oh, no, you don't.
A brawl!
Slice him up!
I'll hack your ass off.
How's life treating you?
Not too bad. But I've got so much to do. I'd have to split myself.
Watch out! Nice and slow.
Whoa!
Greetings, sir.
Welcome, Goodman. What would you like?
I'll have a look.
Thank you, sir. And come again.
Stop that whistling. You're behaving like a child.
I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
Heavens, that man! Where did you get that new bed? Might be getting Christmas on it. No way.
I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
Easy, easy. Nice and slow.
My humble respect.
Danke und viel Glück für die Zukunft.
so does half the town. And that goes to Councilman Nars as well.
Of course he knows.
Come
He's
on
the
now,
one
there's
sent
no
him
need
there.
for weapons here.
Beautiful.
It's gospel. They say witches are mad.
Are you trying to threaten?
That's a good one.
He wanted her to stop pestering him. So he
There
made
you
a
go.
deal. Dirk Stallion.
Christ. But wait, didn't Dirk used to come to your place a lot too?
Aye, and he still does. But at least I have time to think.
Whoa. Huh?
Beautiful.
Rear up.
Interesting.
Put that weapon away. Wait, friend. Come here, we need to talk.
This gate isn't the village green.
It's not my fault it's here. I could have just...
Easy, good horse.
Come to the Kingfisher, the new bathhouse, like nothing you've ever experienced. We have services for every customer. Do you want to be bathed in rose oil or shaved by a barber? Anything you wish for, and much, much more. Come and enjoy the grand opening party. Wine, women, and song. And maybe something more. The Kingfisher Bathhouse. Hop rink.
Shop while you can!
So, come to the Kingfisher, the new bathhouse, like nothing you've ever experienced. We have services for every customer. Do you want to be bathed in rose oil or shaved by a barber? Anything you wish for, and much, much more. Come and enjoy the grand opening party. Wine, women, and song. And maybe something more. The Kingfisher Bathhouse. Hop rink.
Interesting.
Come and take your pick. Big, strong pots. Pots here. Twice fired.
Hey! Are you trying to kill me?
So people know about the Kingfisher now?
Did you make the announcement?
Yeah, it wasn't hard. But at one point, I picked the wrong spot, and that rubbed some local up the wrong way.
What? Was there trouble?
Now, we settled the matter in the end.
Why are you worrying me then? It sounded like they set the guards on you and you got into a fight with them.
Maybe.
What? You're such a fool! That's if you've got so much strength. That's enough. Now I have to get everything ready for our big... Are you coming?
Definitely.
Welcome to the best spots in Kuttenberg. And the drinks are on the house.
Henry! Get up, you two!
I'm not here.
Get your act together, we're in deep shit! Get up now!
Stop screaming, for the love of God.
The councillor's right outside, he's come to check on things!
What?
Jesus, well, why didn't you wake me up then?
Holy shit. What's he doing here?
How should I know? Betty's stalling him so he doesn't see what a we have to clean the place up. Sharpish.
Oh, my head's killing me. Do you have something to drink? Water, I mean.
Did you hear what I said? A councillor's come to inspect the place.
All right, all right. What do you want me...
There are drunks, and since you're the only man who's awake, it's your job to get them out of sight. I can't lift. And don't just drop them round the corner. We don't want the councillor seeing them. And pick up the tankards and so it doesn't look... And you...
I don't remember.
Clear it up fast. And don't go outside, so they got that?
I better not... Forget about that council assembly.
This'll have to be enough.
I feel quite hungry.
Proper oak tables. That's the way it should be. Your kitchen is almost part of the ale room. As long as the food's good, that's all that counts. Now let's see the most important part. This place is fit for a king.
Ah, the city council will be convening soon.
I see your
I better
tubs
get
are
a move
brand
on.
new. I'm impressed.
Well, sir.
I'm not going to lie, Betty. I expected a grotty flea pit, but instead you've made a nice...
Thank you, sir.
A lot of people were bad-mouthing you, but don't let that bother you. I can see that it was all nonsense.
I'm pretty sure I know who was the source of the rumors.
You'll be Adam's equal in time. You may even put him in the shade.
So Betty was right.
It was only yesterday that...
At least you know what kind of a man Adam...
Calm. It's natural that an old... Especially...
A woman?
Is that why you're here, sir? To see for yourself if Adam was right, or if Betty was up to it.
That's right. And I couldn't be more satisfied. Keep up the good work, Betty.
Thank you. Could I have a word? You. Oh, you can.
If you'd arrived just a few moments.
Too right.
We did it.
Yeah. The girls definitely deserve some time, and I'm grateful to you too. You helped me out of a tight spot.
It was nothing.
It certainly wasn't nothing. Whenever you need bathhouse services, come to us. Everyone knows you already. You'll get a discount. The girls are already used to you.
I'll definitely drop by.
What would you...
My bod...
Sir?
Tend to my...
Excellent.
Nah. Interesting. Slowly. Nice and slow. Beautiful. What a view!
My friend! Greetings!
Come and shop here!
Goods, the finest wares.
Whoa!
I apologize.
Come and hear something you won't believe. I've traveled the whole world, and now I will tell you the amazing things I've seen and experienced. In the south, I saw a land without end, all covered in...
Glad to see you again.
You have the gall to show me your face again? I'll call the guards.
Hold your horses. I'll come in peace. Actually, I have a little offer for you.
You've come to blackmail me again?
Call it what you like. I need to get into the City Council Assembly. And I reckon you can help me.
The assembly? The one King Sigismund is supposed to attend in person?
Surely you wouldn't deny me a chance to meet the king?
Don't try that on me. This is connected with Ruthard, isn't it? And tell the truth.
That's none of your
Oh, really? Then about face...
Have you forgotten I have you over a barrel? If you want to keep your position and your head on your shoulders, you better shape up.
All right, all right. Maybe we can make a deal. If I get you into the council, you'll behave appropriately and you won't betray yourself, or especially me. And that will be the end of our business together.
And how about a few groschen to seal?
Are you trying to annoy me? You might have dug up some dirt on me, but I'll get you into the assembly. You can get into the council assembly relatively easily. My cook's son will be serving there. He's roughly around your age. Maybe he can be persuaded to let you stand in for him. Although, not everyone would want to give up an
Who's this boy?
Franta's his name. Franta Cooldown. He's an idler and a boozer, but he's proved his worth as a waiter. Which reminds me, you'll need his letter of permission to serve in the council. Otherwise, you won't be let inside.
What will I need to work?
Fast feet and good manners.
Excuse me?
Do you think you can serve the king in a torn shirt?
Well, no.
Our usual waiter had a brand new livery made specially for meeting the king. Don't even show up there without it.
Where can I find the...
He's supposed to pick up his new clothes at the market today, from Master Tailor Schneider. You'll almost certainly run into him there. That is, if he's up and about after his boozing bout. I swear that fellow practically lives
at the what?
That German alehouse, the Iron Eagle. That is some...
What would work on him?
Would you like me to give you a letter for him?
I'll be going then.
Just make sure we both...
Hands off the door, all right? Green stars shine in the sky. There. I saw some strange water monks who have fins instead of legs and fleshy cowls on their heads. If you want to hear more, give me a groschen or two. I won't even turn down a bit of...
Careful.
Oh, please. The priest gambles with them. What? You bet he does. His house...
thanks.
And that old priest was completely hammered.
Horseradish here. Delicious horseradish. Come and get some wonderful horseradish.
You shouldn't be bothering us here.
What?
Still have any of your brother's clothes?
Sure. Do you want them?
I need some kind of jacket. I'm supposed to go to a christening and have nothing to wear.
Come and take your pick. Day for some.
Right here from my trunk. I don't know how it happened.
If you don't give me something right away that I can wear to that banquet, I'll turn your place into a broken woodshed and your face into a flatbread. Understand?
I might have something here. Nothing very ostentatious, but it should be all right. Naturally, I'll return the difference in price.
I should think so.
Greetings. I'd like...
Surely you can wait a while. Here you are. The finest...
No more than I'd expect after the amount they cost. And you impatient fella.
You must be Franta.
I am.
I'm Henry. I heard you were supposed to serve...
I am.
Supposing I took the job on for you. You can put your feet up, fill your belly, and I'll do all the work for you.
Look here. It's not like I'm all that keen on it, but it's well paid. Apart from that, it's a bit of them councillors stuffing their faces and guzzling wine. Why would you want to stick your nose in there?
Let me put it another way.
Finally, some sensible... When I count it all up, new clothes, wages, a backhander to get in there at all, not to mention the coin I'd make in other places if I could say I served the King of Hungary.
Try and look on it as an investment in the future.
What are you blabbering about?
If you forget about the payment, if anyone asks, I'll say the great Franta called, and then people will be...
And what if I...
Oh, I might accidentally spill wine on His Majesty's shoes.
If that's how you want it. But if I hear a single complaint against my name...
Absolutely.
To begin with, you'll need confirmation that you've worked as a waiter at the council and you're capable of serving even His Majesty. Look here. Do you have any idea what's expected of you? Can you tell different wines apart and that?
Well, to tell the...
You're off to a great start, but whatever. Show the confirmation to the head butler. Tell him I sent you and think up some good excuse. Clear?
That makes sense.
And you'll need a waiter's livery. I had a brand new one made. Here it is. I look like a prick in it. The main thing is, don't lose it before the assembly or get it covered in shit.
Thanks. I won't disgrace you, I promise.
You better not.
For a wonderful purchase.
Horseradish! Delicious horseradish! Come and take a look. Quality goods.
What is it? Are you whistling just for fun? My.
Yes, that was
Franta cooldown, sent.
Franta's not coming.
He got poisoned. He's writhing in agony.
Oh, that's enough.
We can't be without a waiter here when the king himself would.
So, have you got Franta's certificate?
Sure.
You know a good waiter by his properly seated, without a tunic, and have you forgotten your hose? It's a good thing you've got no steel on you. You need to be light on you. The royal waiter's livery has strict rules.
Here I am.
Let's have a look at. You've got a tunic. It's a good thing you've got no steel. Everything as it should be. Do you know what your duties are? For an inexperienced greenhorn like you, it'll be a great responsibility.
Well, I'll happily listen to any advice. I wouldn't want to foul things up.
I should certainly hope not. Now listen. A good waiter should stand in a corner, look willing and ready, and not get in anyone's way. In short, behave as if... But when one of the gentlemen calls for wine, you'll find the pitchers on a table by the door to the chapel. You take white Tokaib or red monastery wine.
White or red, by the door to the chapel.
But for Councillor Adam of Zarjitz, you must not pour at all. When he drinks, he disrupts and makes trouble. So the assembly has to be interrupted, or otherwise it never reaches an end. We can't allow...
All right. Sir Adam of Zarjit stays dry.
And if the king himself wants wine, you pour for him with lowered eyes. Don't look at him. And the most important thing?
To stay in the background.
Correct. The councillors have a lot to discuss, and in general, a good...
Oh? I thought I had to keep my ears pricked.
Well, yes, but only to what anyone wants from you. No excuses, and provide everything that anyone wants from you. Understood?
Absolutely. I'm aware.
Correct. And if you manage not to botch it up, you can even rise on the social ladder. Not just anyone can serve the King of Hungary, but you'll manage it, right?
I know everything I need.
Excellent. Put away your things here. It's easier to serve.
There are the pictures of wine. Hopefully I won't splash
Our
anyone's
current
shoes.
Waffen arsenal is a joke, and on top of that, the army was requisitioning from it. Should the town reserve have worse weapons than any Räuber in the domain?
Boy, I'd like some white.
What are you getting at, Eldris?
I'm saying that the bandits who freed Hinnick, the Dry Devil, used that thing. That Hackenbücher. Hand cannon. Can you believe it?
Boy,
where did they
are you
get
deaf
them?
or something?
You're
Why?
the one who
Sir?
should
White.
know where they got them. Since you're a gunsmith.
What
Thank
are you
you,
implying, Friedrich? All I'm saying is that they had them, Herrgott. It is eine Schande when outlaws have better weapons than the city garrison. And Herr König surely knows this too.
What is it, Eldris? You smell a deal?
What I smell is that your stubborn heads do not realize what
Hey,
Schwierigkeiten
waiter,
this is.
pour me some monastery wine.
The Dry Devil is running free. There are Raubritter everywhere in
I'd
the
like to
region.
oblige,
We have the
but
army
I'm not allowed.
bearing down,
This is
and
unbelievable.
you want to defend yourselves with a few rusty halberds.
And who is it you want to fight, exactly? The merciful King Sigismund is providing us with protection, isn't he?
Der König and his army will not be here forever.
And a full cup.
Shut up! The king can arrive at any moment. What if he heard you?
What then? We're sitting atop the biggest silver heap in the kingdom. And we're supposed to defend it with brooms?
You're right.
Hey,
Eldris.
where's
But
my
where
white?
can we get the coin for better equipment?
We can always confiscate the property of the king's enemies.
nicht wahr? We are more than familiar
Well,
with the
thank
Yemeni
you so much.
state of our armory. And the king is surely aware of it as well. Maybe if he waived some of the taxes?
The king fears that this town will rise against him. He'll take the arming of the city's militia as a preparation for war.
So you suggest we just wait with arms crossed for the Raubritter to wreak havoc all around?
We can always ask the king to bring order to the realm with his army.
But then the Dörfler will rise up.
I'm afraid I see no solution of the current situation. We shall wait and see what His Majesty thinks about the matter. Maybe we can change his mind. Vielleicht?
I'd like to report to the Honorable Council on the cleanliness of the city and the state of the public baths.
Hey, waiter, pour me some monastery wine.
That's not a good idea, sir.
This is unbelievable.
So, the cleanliness of the city is not what it should be. The current baths in the city fall far short of covering all the citizens'
Is everything
needs.
all right?
No, but there's nothing you can do about it. I need something from you. There is an item in my study that I confiscated from a female thief. She thought she could wriggle out of it by telling me who the item belongs to.
And what is it?
A silver goblet. She sneaked into Sir Ulrich's house and stole it. No one's noticed the theft yet. But if Ulrich finds out, go and get it. And don't you make a mess then.
I can't. I'm supposed to serve the lords.
You're supposed to do what you're told. But suit yourself. I'll go.
One needs to wash. There's a river just a few steps from the city walls.
Certainly. And they can get leeches there for free as well. And while he's there, a man can shave and
Waiter,
take a...
pour me red wine.
You know what.
So what? Going to the baths is neither a civic duty nor a right.
Have you forgotten the Black Death? A great many people died needlessly.
Sir?
Are you questioning God's plan? The Black Death had nothing to do with the baths. Unless the Lord wishes to punish the wickedness that's going on in there.
Keeping the city clean is important.
I'd like some monastery wine. Refill my cup, boy.
I'm sorry,
Arguing
sir.
about who is going to
Orders
wash
from
where and
above.
how.
This is unbelievable.
It's a waste of time.
I got word that Rutard has pulled off
Hey,
another
waiter,
deed.
pour me
That's
some
nothing
monastery wine.
unusual. That old weasel will never accept that the city isn't run his way. At least until His Majesty honors us with his visit. And as we know, Gunslin
Well,
absolutely
thank the Lord.
hates him.
He can hate all he wants, as long as he does no damage. Ulrich, what have you got to say about it?
Me? Well,
Waiter,
I'm not sure
pour me
what
red
you're
wine.
implying.
I'm speaking about the Rutard incident. You were there, weren't you?
Oh, that's
Sir?
just a small misunderstanding. We've sorted
Thank
it
you.
out.
Did everything settled? My ears must be deceiving me. Are you defending Rutard? Besides, if his men attacked yours, as I've heard, then we have a good reason to punish him.
What happened there?
Hey,
Leave
waiter,
nothing out.
Pour me some
I don't like Rutard, true, but in this case it really was nothing.
Everyone in the city gossiped about it. I heard there were several dead.
Did you? That's
Sir?
grossly exaggerated. I don't think Rutard will
Well,
cause
thank
any trouble. He is sensible enough not to draw attention to himself while the king is here.
That's true. Because if we don't do something about him, the king himself will put an end to him, and soon.
Unless he puts an end to us first. God knows what he wants to tell us.
If nothing happened, there's no point in dwelling on it. Let's move on.
Things have got out of order in the town. Some adventurers decided to take the law into their own hands and restore the tradition of duels. It's not only barbaric, but also illegal. If we tolerate this, the rabble in the city will go
I'd
wild
like some
and do whatever they
monastery
want.
wine.
I
Refill
suspect
my
the
cup,
gentleman
boy.
from the city's sword fighting school brought this custom to us. It's now run by the German Menhard. Who knows who that fellow is?
Don't be ridiculous,
Sir?
Warsucker. You act like you've never been in a fight yourself.
Don't hang around
To
me.
accuse
Vanish,
a
you hear me?
swordsmaster without a shred of proof. We're not some old fishwives in the marketplace.
So you will just leave it be?
Proven offences are punished by the bailiff, and that's that.
Refill,
There
sir.
are more
Do you think I
pressing
come to the
matters
council just to guzzle
More
wine?
pressing.
What can I help you with?
I left my gloves in the chapel. I took them off to pray, but then I rushed here and forgot to take them. I can't just get up and walk out.
You can rest assured the whole town is already laughing at us all day long.
All right.
What if they're
I knew I could, while you're at it, count how many figures on the mural have winked. Because I'm bored.
Charles, and no one is left unscathed.
And you, a councillor, let people throw dirt on our work?
If I threw out everyone who complains over a beer, I'd soon be out
That was
of
easy
customers.
enough. And he wanted me to count the winged figures.
We'll never get anywhere like this. Why waste our time?
If someone has taken those gloves, you'll... So...
I found you.
Really? And did you...
I counted...
And did you count all the monsters?
Oh.
Go back to Sir...
There's the eternal dispute over the cathedrals. The building of the church is dragging on, and in the meantime, they are calling diocesan pilgrimages to settlers. Right under
Hey,
our
waiter!
noses.
Pour me
Just the
some
village
pie.
with the monastery, and they are going to make a royal mining city. Why can't we build faster? Hire more craftsmen, start with night shifts.
Haven't you noticed there's a war going on? Are the experts from far off
You,
supposed
lad.
to work in a city under
You look
siege?
familiar to me.
Besides,
Have we
I
met?
get the feeling there's something other than the welfare
Well,
of the
naturally.
city behind your
I go
complaints.
to your tavern
Oh, you
almost
do.
every day.
Do you?
Really?
And what would
Then you
that
must
be?
have decent
Like,
wages to
for
be able to
instance,
visit the
that
best
you'd
tavern
like
in
to
town
have
regularly.
your altar there?
So what if I would?
Hold your horses, gentlemen. That space in the side nave is mine.
Then hell freezes over, my friend. Your place is at least 2 steps behind mine.
A swordsmith dares
Boy,
to insult me?
I'd like some white.
Ha! I think not.
Excuse me? You wanted to buy yourself an altar in the cathedral.
Sir?
Just like you bought yourself a seat in this council.
How dare you?
Good. Now run
I
on.
acquired my seat for the services our guild provided and still provides to the crown.
Well, I hope you're not supplying equipment to the army. If that's all they have, they would be defeated by that bunch of ne'er-do-wells from the alehouse on Obrink.
A full cup of monastery wine.
Wells.
Those wrestlers of theirs, of course. People from the whole town go to watch them brawl.
Oh, this is news to me.
Because it has all been
Sir?
sorted out. Not long ago, the guards raided and threw them all out.
Ah, yes, I had forgotten. What do we have to discuss next?
I'm telling you, something is being planned. Oh, I doubt it. No one's gonna tackle Rootard.
Azon alçacak ısı. Elek yok katonaykat. İş kelkinek utra.
have nothing to fear. Not you.
Like this plan of falls!
Come now, Father. Put a little life into your dying. Seen more cheerful priests at funerals.
I'd rather be at one than here. I hoped I'd never see this fortress again in my life.
Unpleasant memory?
You have no idea. I didn't part ways with my father on entirely good terms. 20.
And now you're 2 decades older and wiser, and you saved my neck and Henry's too. Who knows?
You know what? What do you plan to do?
What do you think? I'll leave.
Wait a moment.
Yeah. He came with a retinue. Maybe you should go and welcome some of them. After all, this used to be your...
I wouldn't be too... Who's that friend?
The great Baron Brabant. He's got more fairy tales than my old nanny.
Can he be...
He's a... Besides, if he were...
But I...
In that case...
York is right. We must grit our teeth and wait for Sigismund to run out of money.
That's how it'll end eventually. Everyone will realize you can't wage war without war.
Such rare guests. I'm Godwin.
Peace be with you.
How do you...
It's not and I and...
Why did we...
And why...
Are you here?
The city... You...
Why ever... Did you come...
Not...
You don't... You were...
Henry. That would be him. We did not get off to a...
Or maybe you... For a young stripling, he's been through plenty. He was supposed to become a blacksmith.
Wait. From Scarlet's?
Aye, that's right.
I knew of someone.
My daughter knew him most.
Maybe he was my father.
And that was...
Why? He should have taken care of me. But instead he...
Don't make hasty judgments. At least, he took in Henry and raised him as his own, on the orders of the Lord of Skalitz, Sir Radzik Kobila, Henry's real father.
I don't care if he took care of 20 other Mamsas.
That boy's blood father denied him, just like yours.
A person can't choose their parents. And Henry only found out about it recently.
Enough.
For the...
I'm glad you finally accepted my invitation.
Good health to you, sir. I'm Godwin.
Baron Vauquelin Brabant. I am a warrior, a traveler, a strategist, and also, à ma manière, a poet.
My word.
Mais non!
It's a pleasure to... How did you end up imprisoned in Malashov?
Ah, c'est une histoire compliquée. It was after I heroically led the defense of Gothenburg, and only lost it narrowly by an unfortunate turn of events.
That needs some
Oh, misère.
You're quite mistaken, Monsieur Baron.
Ah, this Bohemia is a strange land. I have seen farmhands, children. Do tell me about it. No doubt you fought on the side of...
My last big battle.
I've heard of this.
Aye. And it was there I decided...
Then, what are you doing here, at a meeting of opponents of the crown?
Ah, the Lord moves in mysterious ways.
Where have you been on your travel?
But of course, if you are interested in my greatest journeys, then I have traveled with a merchant caravan all the way to the Ottoman Empire. And if you are interested in my greatest deed, then...
And you wouldn't by any chance know...
Which one do you mean? I spoke briefly...
How come
I am operating, as they say. My great benefit is my strong connection there. Everyone knows my name. Here in...
Dear friends and allies, in these troublesome times, you all know why we're here. The question remains, what to do next? Sigismund is facing troubles in Hungary, and here too, he is up against resistance. He's a capable strategist, but a poor diplomat. Mark my words. If we wait him out until winter, he will leave of his own accord.
By winter, he'll have torched all our fortresses and carried off everything that we possess.
Are we seriously gonna wait and cower in a corner? Or are we gonna drive them out in shame? A few well-planned raids and we could have him in our fists!
At what price? Have you got men to spare? Has any of you got men and money to spare?
We don't have men out there.
Yes, we do.
We do not.
Jobst is right. That whole sun won't fall easily.
Only we can't wait.
Are we to get ourselves killed?
Or end with nothing?
Friends, we'll get nowhere like this. Let's adjourn ourselves and try to think it through.
Well, that went just as expected. And to yours. I would have expected a bit more sense from Jobst. He made an amateur's mistake. But by the way, I'm John of Liechtenstein.
That's not a thing I've ever boasted of.
I have my sort. From what I've heard about you, I'd judge you could be quite useful to me at today's gathering.
Is that so?
Indeed. And that's why I'd like to ask something of you.
It depends what it's all about.
A little delicate diplomacy. I expect we can agree that Jobst's plan has certain shortcomings?
That's a weak word.
And the way it stands at the moment, he'll never get the support of the council. But I have an idea how to change that.
Well, I'm curious how you hope to shut Zizka up and satisfy the ones who want peace.
We'll sit and wait quietly until Sigismund withdraws of his own volition, as Jobst proposes, but we'll be waiting in the military camp of our huge new army.
When Sigismund sees that, he'll be off to Hungary all the sooner. At a gallop.
Exactly. Sigismund's army is demoralized and weakened. And besides, he's running out of resources. He's able to tackle fortresses that aren't able to defend themselves. But he won't engage in equal force on the battlefield.
But he can't retreat either. That would be a disgrace.
And that's exactly why we'll wait until he's called back to Hungary by events there. For the plan to work, we need allies, their money and their determination. We've already set the ground for it. We just need negotiators who will push the right people in the right direction.
Are you saying you set everything in motion even before Jobst?
More like in parallel, but without his knowledge. If we find support and make it look like the whole thing was his idea, we'll all win.
You've got an interesting way of approaching things.
You're certainly not the first to tell me that. I take it as a compliment.
Why are you doing all this anyway?
Because I want to put a stop to the senseless deaths. And also because I'm happier with Wenceslas on the Bohemian throne.
I'll help you. What exactly should I do?
I'll give you 3 names. Botchek of Kunstadt, Haman Alder, and Anna of Waldstein. If you can get those 3 on our side, we've won the day. Meanwhile, I'll take care of Jobst.
Why me, of all people?
Because you've got a head on your shoulders. You know how to talk, and you're not just out for your own good. You and your friend Henry are similar in that respect. That's why I know I can count on you both. There aren't many like you two left.
Tell me a bit more about those people, so I know who I'm dealing with.
Certainly. Who do you want to start with?
Botchek of Kunststadt. I know the name, but I can't quite place him.
That's just the thing. He's got massive estates, great influence, but he holds back. He doesn't play the big game, because he doesn't like to take risks. He always goes for the sure thing. But once he's made his mind up, not even a pair of oxen will hold him back.
Alder the Alderman. Wasn't he a Kuttenberg councillor?
He still is. The only one who retained his position after the city was taken. Only he's here, instead of cozying up with Sigismund in Kuttenberg. So his days in the council are numbered. But he'll continue to have a strong influence on the guilds and the rich burghers. And that's why we need him.
Anna of Waldstein. The widow of that rich mine owner. What was his name?
Wenzel Bartosz. And I'm not surprised you forgot.
I was quite surprised to see her here. Assemblies like this are more of
a male affair? So far, Godwin, so far. Anna is holding back and behaving like an exemplary young widow. But don't trust appearances. She's got claws, she knows how to do her sums, and she certainly has no love lost for Sigismund.
And what use can she be to us? Apart from her late husband's money, of course.
She's as sharp as they come when it comes to trade. And she knows a thing or two about diplomacy. There are wicked tongues that claim Bartosz acquired most of his wealth thanks to her, and that it was thanks to her that he died, too.
What if it doesn't work?
I refuse to even consider that outcome, because it would mean slow but certain defeat for all of us.
I'll get on it then. Wish me luck.
I wish us both luck. Before the day is over, the die will be cast.
Success.
I'll tell you, no.
I'd like to...
Ha! Even better.
And you might not believe your eyes when you do see them.
Well, for interrupting.
Is that you?
I came with a
Why so?
20 years. Only it was, and then, but it took. You have.
I wouldn't set foot here if I had a choice.
How?
You're as shit a father as I am a son. We've got nothing to blame each other for.
And now let me...
You're dishonoring your host.
I can't dishonor someone who has...
That's enough!
Christopher.
You won't get away with those insults.
I'm not happy about... This isn't how I imagined my...
Make room for us. We'll just settle a very private matter. Do they teach you that in the seminary?
What's wrong with your legs?
Not bad for a priest.
It's in my eye.
Hey,
not
who
at
taught
my
you that?
sword.
Do they teach you that in the seminary?
Left arm lower. You don't know which end of that thing is up.
No chance.
Swing with your whole arm, not just your wrist.
My God, Father always said you were a good-for-nothing boozer.
I was in a war, and you ought to know yourself. Not all the faults at Father.
Why?
So Father would be... Only he'll never be satisfied.
I thought he was the way he was because his first son let him down.
Not at all. When I was 6 years old, he wouldn't talk to me for a week.
The first time he took me hunting. He let me starve for 3 days until I was able to shoot my first hare.
Only...
I always wondered who you were.
Look, I really did fuck up everything I could. But now, I have a chance to put things to rights a little.
And that's why you want to talk to...
Aye.
That sounds very important. After your encounter... Actually, I don't think you should even attempt it.
What else can I...
I'll talk to him myself. He'll hear me out for sure.
All right, then. It's a nice idea, but we can't wait around...
Only no one's going to pay for one, because that would be an outright admission of rebelling against Sigismund.
Alder's got some clout with the councillors and burghers who are loyal to Sigismund. If he agrees, they'll follow.
I expect Alder's not the only one you're after.
You got that right.
Leave Alder to me. The plan sounds sensible, and he's no fool.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can drag me to a tavern sometime. Pa doesn't need to know about it.
You're starting to sound like a brother.
Looks more like a wet hen to me.
It's quite unusual to see him cornered like this.
Mind where you're going.
Slow today.
Burghers. Sir Bocek, I need to speak with you for a moment.
A man hardly puts his cup to his lips and someone comes along to put a flea in his ear. Yobs comes up with a plan as full of holes as a beggar's shoes, and now you're all jostling to win me over for him.
On the contrary, I've come here with an idea how to improve it.
Does that improvement include a few thousand men-at-arms? If not, you can go to the devil with it.
A few thousand men-at-arms as a convincing argument. And 100 horsemen on top. Only in order to get them, we need coin.
You've got my attention, but not my money yet.
How can I persuade you?
I need guarantees of security. I don't want to end up like Rutard.
Of course. Once it comes to protecting property, ideals go out the window.
You can talk, since you haven't got a pot to piss in yourself. If you were in my position, you'd think differently. I have a lot of property, lots of subjects to look after, and along with that, the Lord blessed me with a large family. I can't risk it all in a conflict with Sigismund.
So you need guarantees that you won't be left standing in the cold if you openly oppose Sigismund?
My guarantee is called Yitka. She's my niece. If I succeeded in marrying her off to another strong house, I'll have the certainty that I won't be left alone.
Maybe it's enough to find a suitable groom among the allies.
Perhaps someone of suitable standing who Yitka would also gladly accept. I don't want her to be unhappy.
I believe Liechtenstein.
And an uncertain party. Besides, he's inconvenient for Sigismund.
How about young?
He's a youngster.
He may be young. He's got battle experience.
If he gets it. Right now, Hanush lords over Rattay and seems quite happy with. On the other hand, the lords of Lipa have a good rep. Maybe it's not.
So?
You're selling the skin of a boar that's first. I want a confirmation.
And what?
I don't care what the young lord thinks. If he agrees, I'll be happy to support your...
Pushing a friend to tie the knot to...
The kingdom will not forget his sacrifice. Now stop.
Sir Hanush.
You do?
I've gained...
And who is it?
On the contrary, it's Bocek, the Elder of Kunstadt and Podjebrad.
Kunstadt? By Christ, he's the last one I'd have expected to step up. How the hell did you do?
Well, there's one little catch.
Out with...
Lord Kunstadt has a niece, so... I arranged a betrothal for young Lord Capon with...
Hans Capon? Godwin, you connive...
Oh, fuck.
So, young Hans is to marry Kunstadt's daughter?
Niece.
If you're... I'll make sure that you get the Rattay parish.
Or you could make me the abbot of Sassa. Or what about a...
Forget it. Soon I'll be paying for a wedding. Not a word to Hans. I want to tell him myself.
Cheers!
Cheers to you!
I reckon. Sir Bocek.
So Hanush...
Indeed.
Then I will fulfill...
Thank you.
Enough for me.
Cheers to the beautiful lady.
Here's to a good...
Greetings to you, friend.
May I have a...
You? Unlike this...
Young Lord Capon...
He got a harsh lesson. But at least he might... But if not...
Do you think there's really going to be a war?
I sincerely hope so.
What do you think about Jobst?
Are you testing me? Jobst called.
To turn out well for... Some are up to their elbows in silver and blood.
Better make sure you're among the latter, then. And in the meanwhile, help the former to keep their losses to a minimum.
I've got some good news and some bad news for you.
The bad news is there's hardly any females in this whole damned place. There's some old bat standing there with two young girls, but she watches over them, so at least...
Actually, never mind.
At least the wine here is jizz.
To your help.
Why?
We could do that.
Tomorrow?
Let's do it!
Sir Kunzlan, I haven't yet had the pleasure.
You're Godwin, aren't you?
Oh dear.
Have no fear. I know Martin well.
I mean, who the hell does he think he is? He's not the one with the itchy prick.
What do you think of the rabbi's offer?
Even look at it.
The could...
Or nothing.
He said he was interested.
Aye, but still he must be aware that whatever happens...
So you...
And isn't it natural? It's not just fate and the walls of their quarter that they live in our city, but they're more foreign.
I expect you...
Why wouldn't I?
I hope she doesn't feel unwelcome here.
To her own relatives, certainly. But I'll tell you one thing, Anna cared for him devotedly till the day he died. And it wasn't a quick...
So it's not true what they say?
Vile slander. People just can't forgive her for coming into a fortune.
Will you support my...
That depends on what it is. If he decides...
Do you think we should look...
I came here for one reason alone. If Yops doesn't lay one out before me, God be with you.
Your Grace.
Certainly.
Godwin, I came with the lords from Ratai.
Ah, now I remember. Forgive me, there are many guests and I only have one head.
Lord Liechtenstein asked me for help, but if you'll allow me, sir, I'd like to ask you...
Indeed.
Your plan, if I may be so bold, has a few gaping holes. Sigismund may attack anywhere and any time, and we have no way to defend ourselves. You want to wait, fine. But you should at least give some assurance to the lords that they'll live to see it through.
You amuse me, Godwin. A parish priest teaching the Margrave of Moravia about politics. I know you mean well, but try to look...
I'd reason better.
Do you realize how much such an army costs?
And if a way could be found...
Before that happens, Sigismund will take his shoes off and head off to Rome barefoot.
Do you still think the lords will...
That's the... Some are persuaded by silver, some by a well-chosen word.
And if none of that does the trick?
Such cases usually end in quarrels between former allies.
On whose...
From the entire elite of Kuttenberg. Not that I'm surprised. The king keeps a close eye on them through the city council, seeking the slightest pretext to confiscate their wealth.
But if Rutard and Alder can be persuaded...
We don't need to convince Rutard. And Martin is already working on Alder. But he might be pushing a little hard.
How are you getting on?
Aside from the happy family reunion...
I'd almost forgotten about that little detail.
Father is getting old.
Keep it up. We just don't overdo it with the wine. No one takes a walking wineskin serious.
God be with you, noble lady. There's something I'd like to ask of you.
God be with you.
Your diplomatic support.
No beating around the bush, eh?
Margrave Yob's plan has some gaps.
To muster an army.
Christ.
I should say so. All sorts of people have their eyes on my money. Although, between the two of us...
Hit the nail on the head again.
I am rarely...
I'd say you have a better nose for people.
Not only for people.
Then you're in the right place. This occasion provides all of those things.
The wine here is average. The cooks lack So?
Nothing more than support and resources for an army to...
Nothing more? I'd say that's plenty.
You manage large estates.
I've managed quite well up to... If you want me to support you...
Do you have something in particular?
Well, one of the guests here has...
who's that?
Harmon Al... Now, if you were to switch these papers for the...
And these papers
My relatives somehow dug up some trade contracts between...
You were dealing with the...
They were not the enemy at the time. My conscience is...
All right,
Alder will surely have the papers in his saddlebags. which he left in the shed on the... Bring them to me, but watch yourself. Odorin's groom.
Take a look at that. A nightingale.
Huh. Strange. Huh? Did I imagine it? Counterfeit groschen.
How big are they? Big enough for that basket.
I've got those papers.
Quiet!
Lady, with all the clamor going on, here they are.
You're more capable...
You're welcome.
As agreed. I will support...
Thank you, noble lady.
Yes, quite. But let's drink...
I'd like to, but I'm afraid...
Wise. No matter...
I'm still hoping it works out. We walk...
Sir.
Nor I, until now. I am Sir Conrad, Lord of Wächter.
Used to be.
And I used to be the royal until the king decided to replace me.
Do you think you...
I doubt it. Half the town hates Vavak, and he knows that his security stands and falls with his function. We've got more than you think. If my memory doesn't deceive me, you serve as a parish priest. So I recollect, at least, from my recent discussions with Martin.
Serve?
Even so. Before King Wenceslas appointed me his mint master...
And now look at us. We have cast off our robes and merrily hatched plots.
There's no point in waiting for divine intervention. On the contrary, the current state of affairs demands quite a secular approach.
Are you going to support the Margrave's proposal?
I haven't quite decided yet. It's true that displeasure against the king is noticeably growing in Kuttenberg, but if our rebellion were to come face to face with Sigismund's army, I'd be risking...
It was a pleasure to...
Likewise.
Right words into the right ears.
You mean you managed to convince someone? Someone influential?
Not at all. I managed nothing. But I have found someone.
Gentlemen.
Is this?
Like I said, tell me, God...
I bring nothing from the House of Odorin. But the widow of Waldstein and Sir Bocek of Kunstadt will support our cause.
Both of them? Good heavens!
This is going to be a long story.
It would seem that we have all benefited from the break in these proceedings. New alliances have been formed. And I have also changed my plans. We shall still wait for Sigismund to withdraw his troops of his own accord. But we will wait with an army at our backs.
Yes. Yeah. And how are we to raise an army? Wasn't it made clear at the meeting that no one wants to take the risk?
The only thing made clear was that each of us alone is weak, and that we could not find common ground. But that has now changed.
King Wenceslas is, by the will of God, the Balbatim of all his subjects. Not only the Christians, our community, and not only ours, will give you coin.
Yes! The Kuttenberg houses are still loyal to King Wenceslas, and we stand with Lord Ruthard.
And if that's not enough, the houses of Leipa and Kunstadt will unite and march side by side.
My niece, Yitzka, will take young Lord Capon as her husband.
Lords Kunstadt, Hanush, Radzig, and I will set out immediately. God willing, we will be back within 3 weeks, along with an army.
Now those are words worthy of a nobleman.
My friend, I still believe that words are more powerful than swords. And our words will ring in 1,000 voices to the glory of King Wenceslas.
After we conquered the city, you promised to restore order immediately. And then I find out things are even more disordered than before.
Your Majesty, we are sorry. We will put it to rights.
You've already said that. I want to hear real solutions.
We will put more guards on the roads and toughen penalties. We can have a few captured bandits executed as an example to others.
We do not care about bandits. We care about rebellious nobles and burghers. What will you do with them? How will you solve the chaos in the town administration, the rebellious miners, and the dismal yields? And how is it even possible that a rebellion against the king is smoldering here in the city?
What do you mean, sire?
I hear the resistance is coming from the Jewish quarter, from right under your noses. Why haven't you done anything?
We don't know who is behind this. Without evidence, we cannot punish them.
Otto von Berghoff did not ask questions in Prague either. He acted. And I advise you to do the same. Find a couple of wretches in a hole somewhere, point them to the Jewish quarter, and give them free rein to do anything. The city's Jewish community was and still is on Wenceslas' side. They need a warning.
We do not even have enough men to...
Marquardt, could you spare a few men for a while?
Of course, sire. I'll assign them to Eric. He'll take care of it.
So you see, all you have to do is make sure the city rebel get their share. You could at least manage that, couldn't you? And if the thought should cross your minds that you would get rid of the debts to the Jewish moneylenders this way, forget about it. Your debts will remain, up to the last groschen. Only now you owe us directly. And while we are on the subject of money, has the yield from the mines finally matched last year's?
Sire, the deposits are dwindling, and mining is becoming increasingly difficult. And to make matters worse, the miners started rebelling.
Don't take us for a fool. They'll stop rebelling when you pay them proper wages.
Your Majesty, we can't do that.
Silence! How dare you oppose the kingdom's protector? You're a bunch of incompetent sycophants. Chicken shits. Not any better than the scum hiding in the forest.
I apologize, sire. I'll do everything in my power to...
All I hear from you over and over again are excuses and prevarication. And results? None. I therefore placed the city council under the authority of Sir Marquardt von Aulitz, who is present here, with immediate effect. He will make sure you finally do your duty.
But, sire, that would be a violation of the privileges granted to us as a free mining town.
Silence! I am the only guarantor of your rights. You have to earn your privileges, not hide behind them. During my brother's reign, this idleness was perhaps tolerated. But that is over now. You were given a few simple tasks. But instead of working on them, you idled in the baths and lined your pockets. And let the traitors cast their nets undisturbed. But unlike my brother, I am capable of creating order. And I assure you, I do not distinguish between those who stand in my way. Be they beggars, noblemen, or city councillors. You have 2 weeks to restore order in the city and increase mining output. I want clear results, and you answer only to me and Sir Marquardt von Aulitz now. No one else. The council is dismissed. You, don't go anywhere, boy. Be so kind and remain here. Our throat has become rather dry. And we still wish to speak with our friend von Aulitz.
Yes, sire. As you wish, sire.
Between the two of us, Marquardt, was I not perhaps too harsh on them? Speak candidly. We have had enough of false flattery.
Sire, you were harsh, but rightfully so. These councillors, they need to be shown their place. You suffered their insolence for far too long. And the same is true of the Jews.
We know. Otto repeated to us several times that it is time to strike against them. We are glad he's not here. He would be intolerably self-satisfied if he knew we had heeded him.
Boy, can't you see the king's cup is empty?
You tend to us as if we were infirm. Boy, pour us a monastic wine. The monks had a good year. We have concerns, friend. The Hungarians are rebelling. Our army is falling apart, and we have enemies here on all sides. Would we had a proper army instead of human mercenaries? They cannot be relied upon. And we are no closer to our goal now than a few months ago. Thank you. It is a good year. If our father were still alive, he would have been astonished by the mess that a few years of Wenceslas' reign brought to us. With a single word, he would have put the nobility in their place, and the country would flourish. God grant him eternal glory.
We won't need much more time. We'll arrest the traitor Odorin, and the rest will fall in line.
You say the others will be brought into line, but what do you know of them? We know only a few of them. But there's a fortress standing on every damn hill here. What side are their lords on?
We'll find out soon enough, sire.
If only Wenceslas were not such a stubborn ass, and relinquished that throne that he has no use for anyway. The nobility, on the other hand, found a ruler like him very useful. They made a puppet out of him.
Once you restore order, they'll join you. All you have to do is promise them the privileges they lost during Wenceslas' reign.
First, they'd have to be willing to make peace at least among themselves. Jobst does everything he can to sow chaos, so that he himself emerges victorious in the end. This business makes me thirsty. Pour me some of that red, boy.
I think Jobst is just waiting for the right moment. He'll switch sides when it suits him.
Maybe. But first I'll have to conquer a few more cities, and get a couple more lords on my side. Then they take the threat of war seriously. And Hungary. If Bohemia is a wasp's nest, then Hungary is a viper's lair.
You will follow in his footsteps, sire, as soon as you get the chance.
but the wine is good here. To your health, Margaret. And to your health too, boy. May your children grow in the land ruled by a good king.
Thank you, sire. You are too magnanimous.
Why? You did a good job. You can be proud of yourself.
To your health, Your Majesty.
First, we need to crack down on the biggest troublemakers.
We're working on it. While the consul was meeting, Otto von Berghoff and his men set out for Raposh. Alderin won't give you any more trouble.
He and Ruthard are in it together. Once we get Odalin, we can handle Ruthard easy. Rabosh will be yours. After all, Otto has already got Malishov.
I appreciate your confidence, sire.
But the devil knows there are a lot more strongholds to conquer here.
For the king, red wine, boy.
No. We shall have white. We have had enough of red.
White it is. Quickly! If Raposh falls, others will follow.
I think von Berghoff's little contraption will find its use again.
If need be, we could use it to raise this town hall too. And I have some suggestions for other candidates.
Not so fast, my friend. It's a wondrous tool, but we can't rely on it forever.
But to bring it here to the square and point it at the city hall? Those sycophants would only benefit from a warning like that.
It's a splendid idea, but it won't be necessary. The councillors are quite fearful enough already that they can hide nothing from us.
There's been enough fretting, sire. You shall see. Soon we will drink to the conquest of another fortress.
You are right. So then, to victory. And you, boy, will you drink with us? So that you shall have something to tell your children and grandchildren.
To victory, sire.
To today's, and those of the future.
Your name is unpronounceable.
How'd you like our wine?
The art of winemaking has a long tradition in recipes are passed on from I myself was practically even the French royal. The king himself had wine delivered for his table.
So you're not...
Comment dire? If you try hard, you may have... Give me 100 nights.
Stand straight, Martin.
Having a good time? There's a fucking bore. These old farts here have no idea what fun is.
Well, what are you missing? There's wine. Well, let's have a game.
For coin.
Let's...
Nice.
God be with you.
too. Greetings to you, friend.
Good day. G'day. G'day.
I'm offering you a business deal without any ulterior motives.
How come you're still here, sir?
All hail Yobst! He sorted out things here nicely. But you know how it goes. I explained to the Margrave that I'm not going. I'm too old.
Did you at least discuss with...
Nothing to discuss. It's the pride of our family.
I'd bet my right...
What?
Deal with him yourself.
Well, we'll all agree that the name
Do you get it, Father?
Please, call me Rabbi, or Lord Capel.
Oh, whatever. Fuck it.
And you...
Have you lost your hearing? I'd like to drink it. So, touch a kind. Only fuck well.
His lordship is...
To hell with that. I had my eye on him all. And
you can bet
I don't.
From every craft of my enemy and adversary, may I not anger my God by any sin. The Lord Almighty grant us a peaceful night and a perfect end. Come on.
We still can't wait for that.
They won't.
Come here.
Strong words. I thought your Aliska was brown-eyed, though.
What? I'm talking about fucking Sigismund, you twat. I love it.
Come on. Finished.
Pull up your skirt, and I'll be done.
Forget it.
Let's drink to that. Oh, just a bit longer.
Aye, you already said that.
What's that seem to get to do?
I am not sure. Were we?
Well,
Be quiet. You are as drunk as not.
The roast was calling out.
Sigismund, you twat. So well in a long time.
Drinking stuff.
Sorry, mate, but you're right about Sigismund. The sooner he's gone, the sooner life returns to this country.
About the girls or the piglet?
Won't get rid of him that easily. Everyone's being too hopeful.
All day long, they're trying to agree on something they won't remember in the morning.
Greetings.
Sorry,
What do you think? A fortress full of... He didn't have to choose me.
Wait.
It's been a long time. I was afraid...
You haven't...
But I have. And you've changed... Not at all.
And how have you been on?
Not really. I was young...
Tell me...
She... Even as a...
And
Cooper...
God... Do you think...
Ah, stop it. I was just convenient for you.
Oh, come on.
Cooper, when your father sent you away, I...
Where might I...
Why?
It's not for me.
Aha. If you go down the cellar stair, it's Lord Odorin's best.
Everybody likes a drop of white.
Now there's a piece of horseflesh for you, Rootheart. Not like that nag of yours.
What the hell do you feed it with? It looks more like a damn bull.
Sir! Sir! There's some horsemen right out front of your fortress.
Ah, that's Peter of Peasant. Wouldn't come to the council, but he is coming happily to the celebration, you old fox.
Come on in, sir. There's wine aplenty. Hey! Hey! Intruders! Enemies at the gates!
Seize the nobles! Kill the rest!
I'll show you. Jesus! The surrounding Christopher! He can't make it on his own!
Bad luck.
Shit! Let him have it! Nice strike! That'll teach you! Slice him up! He's done for!
Stand your ground!
You let
Go
him
to
in,
hell! Right! Drive those horsemen out!
Go to hell! Wanker!
Drew blood!
Yeah! Go!
I took him down! Send my greetings to the devil.
Go!
Whoa!
Show your stuff!
Now you're mine, you bastard!
Show what you're made of!
Slice him up! Aha! Bleeding like a stuck pig! Still blood! Yeah! You got it! You're mine! I'll beat you. I'll kill him. This one's mine. You got him! Kill him! We're done here, horse.
That was a close shave.
A little too close. Oh, fuck me. Do my eyes deceive me?
Godwin.
How did you get...
Damn. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you. You turned up at just the right moment.
Is everyone alright?
Well, some are, some aren't.
They captured Odorin, Kunstad and Rutard. And they took Alder and Kunrad of Vector away too.
They wanted to slay the rest like dogs.
What about my father?
They left with Yobs long before that. I'm sure they're all right, but not everyone was so lucky.
Where did they go?
They've got to raise an army for us.
So we have a plan to counter Sigismund.
More of a promise.
But, as you can see,
I'll gladly play dead for a while.
Be so kind. And don't speak of the dead.
What happened?
Anna of Waldstein.
She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And they almost killed my brother.
But only almost.
You have a brother?
He's upstairs in the hall. He's alive, but he's severely wounded. That old badger's not worth the trouble.
Old grievances aside, Odorin is an ally. The same as Rutard and Botchek.
Oh, they all have their quirks. Cousin Botchek's a money-grabbing magpie. But I won't give up on the fucker either.
We'll have to wait for the other side's move anyway.
I tried to come as soon as possible and warn you.
You knew he was coming.
Markvart bragged about it to Sigismund, and Sigismund promised to make him Lord of Raborsh in return.
When he sees what von Bergau did with it, he'll shit himself.
You find that funny? Do you like watching those foreigner dogs rampaging around and slaughtering innocent? Who else has to die before we do something about it?
Tell us about it. We were neck deep in corpses before...
Well, not you.
Fuck you, Jan.
We've lost a lot of allies. We'll have trouble finding new ones.
Well, are you surprised? Look around.
You want to give up now?
Nobody said anything. We'll treat the wounded, bury the dead, get the hell out of here. Then we'll hide in the Devil's Den and wait for Jobst and his army.
If I survive the journey... Oh, God's teeth.
You've done enough.
And I'm sure Liechtenstein can't wait to find out what was discussed.
How long do you want to hide?
Until my broken bones mend.
It brought me to Suchdal half-dead too.
The king announced one more thing at the council. That is...
Fuck! Liechtenstein's got his people there. They could reveal a lot.
The city rabbi is sitting upstairs in the hall.
They're our allies. We have to help them.
What do you mean by we? Everyone here is...
Maybe Samuel will figure something out.
He's here too.
Aye, escorting the rabbi. You should go...
Anyway, we've got...
Give me a moment. I'll go and see Christopher first. Guard the walls until morning. If anyone shows up, I want to know about it. I'll be with Christopher.
We have to take care of young Circus. Hope his father comes back soon.
Yes. The best thing we can do is to doing our work. What is the old law?
Good to see you both.
Oh, come on. You know, I've walked out of much worse scrapes laughing.
They could well have killed us all. If it hadn't been for you, Henry, von Berkhoff could have caused a lot more harm.
Even a man like you can't know everything.
Well, not all of us. They killed Lady Anna of Waldstein and many other nobles.
And they captured our closest and most influential ally. Without them, we can hardly get the burghers on our side.
We'll figure out a way.
But how?
Get a grip.
You're right. When I... Nevertheless, I have to admit it comes...
Actually, at Sigismund's council, an order was given to ransack the Jewish quarter.
God's wounds! We need to get back to the city and warn them.
I'm going with you.
Out of the question. Do you want to end up imprisoned again? You'll be more useful if you stay here and help Shishka. Henry, tell Samuel and the rabbi to get ready to travel. I'll try to get someone else to join.
What happened when von Bergov hauled...
It was a dreadful... It was a bit better in Malashov.
Did anything happen?
No, but it took I was traveling with Von Owlet's minions. They hauled me in one of the wagons. They treated my wounds a bit, but I would...
But the main thing...
Indeed.
What do you make of this brabber?
He's unquestionably a remarkable knight, that Vatalin. He rambles on a lot, though. My head nearly burst listening to him sometimes. Although it was better than being stuck there alone. Otherwise, he seems to me like a bold and worldly gentleman, if a little obsessed with wealth.
I agree. And he's got a score to settle with Sigismund.
He certainly has.
You did.
Sam,
Just tell him.
What did you talk about?
We talked about...
Why?
It's true, I did not. Remember how I stared at your sword when we first met? Well...
What? Pa's son? How did...
Yes, his son.
Why are you even telling me this?
I thought you would want to know.
I know what it's like. My real father rejected me too. I learned the truth only after Pa's death.
You know, all my life, I thought if I did not give a shit about that man, it would be easier. But now that I know, I will never see him.
I can tell you about him if you... This is not the end. Sigismund ordered confiscation of the property.
The king...
He's no king to me.
What's a Gezera?
That is hard.
Nonsense. Christians set out to kill our people. Innocent and often and all that.
This is what we were afraid of. We need to get back. Will you come?
I'll come.
Very well.
Let's not waste...
Thank God you're all right. On the way here, I saw Sigismund horsemen and feared the worst.
Kubyanka? What brings you here?
Well, I heard you were having some kind of a feast here, so I came to grab a bit of meat. And I see, instead of that, you have a massacre here.
Well, the real massacre is yet to come if we don't do something fast. We have to get to Kuttenberg. Can we borrow the wagon you arrived on?
But of course. I borrowed it too, if you know what I mean, but,
Could you stop blabbering already? We don't have the time.
Easy, Ingele. And you, sir, if you can, come with us and help us.
All right. But could you please tell me what the fuck is going on?
I'll explain to you on the way. Time is running out.
Are you coming too, Sir John?
Of course.
Let's go then.
Hamish, can we go any faster?
Settle down, son. If you must keep your tongue busy, then use it to pray.
Would you tell me what the fuck is going on already?
Sigismund ordered an attack on the Jewish quarter. We need to get everyone out of there fast.
Bloody hell. I just got ailed up so nicely today.
Oh, that is just great. My mother's life is in the hands of a drunkard.
Don't you worry. These are some sturdy hands. I promise we will save you, Ma. No one will touch a single hair on her beautiful hat.
What the hell are you babbling about?
What? Oh, I'm imagining she's pretty. It makes me more willing to put my neck on the line for her.
Stop with the nonsense already. All of you, I beg you.
Jesus. I was just trying to lighten the mood. We might all kick the bucket in a short while. Well, what about you, Henry? Why are you so quiet?
You should give it a try yourself. You might get a taste for it.
Fine then. Let's all sit here with our mouths shut for the entire trip, aye? Anyway, can't you make the horses go a little faster, Grandpa? If this carries on, somebody's going to start sobbing.
We really should pick up the pace.
All right. Schnell, schnell.
What's the matter?
We will walk from here.
But how do we get into the town then?
We will...
There are many abandoned mine shafts under the town.
Won't it collapse on our heads?
We'll find out.
Follow me.
What a blessing it is to have found the passageway.
I would be happier if you could do...
We all would, lad. But it has been decided as punishment for our many sins.
Our sins? Ours? What the fuck did we do to these people?
Halt! I heard something.
Nah, not now. I have to go and see Liechtenstein.
We should split up here. Me and the rabbi will go this way to the shul. We have to take the Torah and warn everyone.
What about us?
You keep going straight ahead and then to the left. You'll get right to the King Solomon Tavern. Gather up all the secret documents and wait for us.
Shouldn't someone come with you, just in case? How about Kubienka here? Henry and I can handle it.
Well, if you insist.
Was that all the contempt you could muster up?
Well, good luck. We'll see you up there.
We have to go this way. Hopefully we'll find it quickly. I left a stack of my papers in the tavern. And if they fall into Sigismund's hands, people in other towns will die too.
Do you think we're going to make it in time? To find the papers? Save the people?
I pray we can, Henry. There's nothing more I can do. Hopefully everything will be all right at the tavern. My stash is locked away, and Samuel's friends are guarding the place. But who knows what the situation is like in the streets now?
Are you afraid?
Me? Do you have any idea how many times I've had to run from a burning town or deal with a hired assassin?
Yeah. More than once, I reckon.
A lot more, I can tell you. But I admit, I was afraid every single time. Damn it.
What's the matter?
The door leading up to the tavern is open. Samuel's men wouldn't have left it like this. Somebody else must have got in.
think they go and check it out. I'll gather up my things in...
I saw him go to Eric.
Baruch Hashem, Henry. Sam, a few of the cutthroats got in over. There are more outside the gate.
4 of them were hit.
Fortunately, they didn't take anything important.
What?
I'm so sorry. If it's any consolation, Henry here has already taken care of those cutthroats.
But they didn't look like they just came to the tavern by chance. Eric must have sent them. What about your mother?
She is, thank God.
All right.
I'm sure Mum is waiting for her.
You go ahead.
But sir,
I can take care. God be with...
I have to help him. Bring Ma here.
Himmel!
Don't worry, Ma'am.
Mein Gott!
Nothing. He's out on the street helping.
Wait! Who are you anyway?
My name is...
Thank you!
Watch out!
What's going on?
Sam!
I'm fine, but we will talk when you are...
We have to get...
Through the backyard! Watch out! They're shooting at us! From the ramparts! Get rid of them! Leave us alone! Somebody help us! We cannot get past the wagon. We have to go this way. Through the house.
The place is clear now. Come inside.
Mummy, are you all right?
I'm fine. But what about you, Mankin?
I'm still alive. We can talk later. Now, we have to go.
Take them all down!
Come on!
What the hell?
What is it, fuckers? You'd rather slaughter women and the defenseless?
Let's go! What's going on up there?
Go inside. Quick.
To the fucking task.
I've never been so glad to see you two.
In need of a helping hand, are you?
No, I just don't want to die here alone.
There they are!
Well, now we're really fucked.
Mustn't get inside! We have to hold them back! For how long, though? As long as we need to!
What the hell is this? Oh! Kill them!
Wanker! Fucking horse! I fancy moves!
I forgive you! Don't bury him! Smash his face!
You're dead! For all!
Good! Yeah, don't spare him!
Very good at this, are you?
Between the eyes.
Commandeer! Dead! For all! Fight us!
Your... Yeah! You couldn't! Show me your melee! Don't give on the head! Say a prayer if you can! Nice hit!
In your face!
Come on! Everyone's inside!
Henry, come on! Let's go!
God more me.
Let's go. It's this way.
Oh, safe. I reckon I should go to Samuel's mother and talk to her about Martin. I won't get another chance.
Fuck!
Are you alright?
I'm fine, lad.
I know...
What?
I do.
Borjas!
I mean, not actually by...
Meins is kind.
He,
Oh, the hen of Schutzurarang.
Sigismund burned down my village.
I am sorry to hear that, lad. At least you survived.
I'm sorry I don't have bet.
Do not worry about it.
Is everything...
Yes.
Alright.
Before you go...
Well, he was strict with me, but I dream about him quite often. He said a life of adventure can be over before it begins.
He was
Well,
You saved all our lives. He raised you well.
I'm sorry to keep you this long, but even if not...
Well, and thank you, my almost brother. If it was not for you, I do not know how today would have ended. What are your...
I'll go back to the Devil's Den.
I will see you there then. But first, I have...
Everything...
Take care of yourself, dear brother.
Have a safe...
Sei gesund.
Interesting.